Good morning, everyone. Happy Wednesday. Long time no see, I guess. My name is Dudzard, and I make games here on Twitch. Today is Wednesday, and we'll be working on Dwarven Checkers, which is a digital version of a board game that me and a friend created, and it's made in Unity. Let me just switch the scene very quickly, assuming it switched. Oh, we don't have the screen working. Now we do. GG, professional streamer. How's everyone doing? I hope your week is going great. I hope your weekend was even better. I had the pleasure of marry. Well, I didn't marry, but I had the pleasure of attending the wedding of one of our moderators, which was pretty good, pretty cool. Elgardia got married. GG's. It was very fun. Got to meet a lot of new people. So today we'll be working on Dwarven Checkers. I already said that. But last week we worked on the dice throwing mechanics being multiplayer, meaning that whenever there was like dice rolls to be made, the dice would spawn like with physics and networking and all of that, and then they would replicate like perfectly. And I think we were able to do that. So if I click here on end turn, you can see that both players switch to the dice throwing mechanics. And if I now go to here, you will see that the dices have a 0, meaning that they belong to the player on the left, you know? And the reason why this makes sense is if the player on the right tries to touch the dice, they cannot, because the dice don't belong to them. But this is, just to clarify, this is not a check in terms of a flag or something that I have specified in my own code. This is like a parameter on the networking multiplayer module, which tells which objects belong to which owner, and only the owner of that object is allowed to interact with it. So it's something that Unity offers out of the box. And yeah, essentially these dice only belong to player 0. And if I were to grab the dice on the left side, you will see that it like replicates perfectly on the other screen as well. And when I throw it, it rolls a 1 on both ends. So that's pretty cool. If I do the same thing with the other dice, it rolls a 3. So this works like really, really well. Okay, so I can 3 and 2. And even if I randomize the dice spawn, you'll see that it always appears the same values on both ends. So that's pretty cool. That means that it's working essentially. For comparison, if I now show these dice here, like the network IDs of them, okay, I need to sneeze. Bless me. If I now show the dice that I just spawned, now you'll see that the two on the left will have an ID of 0, meaning that only the player on the left can control it, and the 3 on the right belong to the player on the right, essentially, because it has a player ID 1. And essentially what this means is that now me, as the player on the right screen, I can like move my own dice, and it also replicates on the left, and the player on the left can throw his 2 left dice, and it also replicates on the right perfectly. So apparently the dice throwing mechanics are working, so that's pretty good. What we need to do now is to actually plug the values that we roll into the game mechanics. Okay, so in reality, okay, I'll need to stop this and start this again. So in reality, there are two moments in the game where we need to roll some dice, okay? The first one is whenever our turn starts, if we don't have enough combat tiles. So combat tiles are like these circle ones, and combat tiles are, okay, how do I get rid of the networking view? Help. Okay. So the combat tiles are these ones with like 1, 2, and 3 numbers in them. And those are the tiles that we use to place in these numbered cells, so you can score points, okay? And essentially, we can only have a maximum of 4. GG's, Simonot, hello. GG for the sub. Welcome, Simonot. Good morning. How's it going? Long time no see. Long time no see. So yeah, these are the tiles that we need to place on these numbered cells here. We can only have a maximum of 4, meaning that as we are spending them, we should be rolling dice. Excusing in between meetings. It's meeting season again, I see. Not mating season, meeting season. Yeah, again, the good part about being an employee is that I barely have any meetings. Well, I had one yesterday for 1.5 hours and it wasn't that fun, but GG's. So we can only have a maximum of 4 combat styles, which are the numbered ones, and as we place them, we use them from like these placeholder drawer kind of thing. So at the start of our next turn, we need to roll up to 2 different dice just so we can earn more combat tiles, essentially. So that's the plan. That's the plan. So that's one of the ways that you need to roll dice. The other way that you can roll dice is, so imagine that me as blue, I place like a combat tile here on this +6. Okay, for example, it's simpler. On the +6. And then me on the green team, I think, no, I want that +6 for me. So I'll place one of my combat tiles in there. But then, because the guy on the left already has a combat tile, and I also have a combat tile, then we need to go into like combat mode. And then in combat mode, both players throw their own dice, and whoever rolls the highest on an individual dice wins and gets to keep the cell. So that's essentially the 2 moments in time in gameplay that we can roll the dice. But currently we can roll, we are getting the values that we rolled, but we are not doing anything with it. And we are also not updating the UI to represent like the number of available cells that we have. Okay, so that's what we need to do. So I would probably say that for starters, we probably want to start updating this UI, you know, with the proper number of available tiles and cells that one has. Yeah, I think I like that plan. Okay, so first things first, I wonder if I go with default here, if I can actually play the game in single player. I kinda doubt it. Yeah, end turn doesn't do anything. Because right now this game only goes for multiplayer, which is sad, but it is what it is. Okay, so I would say Oh, our first bot from since a long time ago. Bye bye. Damn, I missed the shooting. I missed the shooting. So I would say that the first things first would be to update this UI with actual the number of available tiles that we have. Spicy username too. I didn't even read the username, but yeah, usually they have like a garbled mess of letters and numbers. Okay, so how do I update this UI? I don't recall because I worked on that so long ago. Okay, so here on the game manager, well, hold on, not on the game manager. I will have the tile placement thing. Yeah, I'll have the tile placement, and then on the tile placement, I'll place tiles. I'll place tiles. Yep. But then I'm not notifying the well, here I'm notifying each player that a tile was placed there. But I'm not using that to like discount the number of available spells. No, the number of available tiles that that player has. And my understanding is that this player data that lives inside Game Manager, right? So this player data, this is the one that knows how many tiles we have, and this is what we use to update the UI. So we'll need to find a way to decrement this value here. Yes, we need a way to decrement that value there. So this guy will call okay, let me think. So this guy will call a playstyle. We'll call playstyle common, which will do this nonsense. But then, if I'm the host and only the host, I should be able to decrement like the player count, not the player count, like the tile count for each player. So I wonder if I can. Well, I kind of don't want to call like players directly. Consume tile. Consume movement tile, maybe. And then here I pass the player index. Maybe. And then here I go consume cell tile. Sorry, combat tile. And then I pass the player index and the combat tile index. Well, this is not really an index. This is like a value of 1, 2, or 3. But you get the gist of it. Oh, so this is actually index plus 1 because this is a value. Okay, so for this we'll now need to create two methods here. I would say that this will be an RPC. No, it does not need to be an RPC. Like all of them can call this, but then I need to check if I'm the host. Or if I'm not the host, then I return. Yeah. And then here I can say players player index, and then I can do movement tiles minus equals 1, something like this. Okay, this is complaining about something. Okay, I need to say let var player equals this, then player movement tile equals this, and then players player index equals players. Yeah, good. And then I'll need to do something different, or something similar actually. So this is the int combat tile value. And here I would say, okay, this one would be a little bit more difficult because I'll need to iterate over the combat tiles and find the first one which has the same value and clear it. I think. Yeah. Okay, so if tile equals this, yeah, I actually don't know if I can just like set tile to 0. I doubt it. Yeah. So how can I modify this value there? So this is a list. Maybe I need to reach like directly and then set a 0. Maybe. Okay. So I think I'll need to do this for var I equals 0, I less than player.combattiles.length I plus plus, and then if this equals the number, we set this to 0, and then we break. Yeah. Okay, I wonder if this works directly. Well, yeah, this is gonna work. Never mind. Okay. I think maybe I want to do this consuming inside of player data, so that like it's not part of the game manager. This is going to be part of this structure instead. You know, because here I could just say players player index dot consume, combat tile. And then I would send all of these there. Would this work? Yeah, I like this way more. Okay, good job. So this is pretty easy. Well, might as well do the same here. So consume movement style. Okay. And then here is just doing a movement styles minus equals 1. Okay, and I can get rid of all of this. Yeah, because this way I don't need to care about any of this nonsense. So here I can say if movement tiles is greater than 0, I do this. And then here I can say if combat now this one is already safe, but this one cannot ever go below 0, essentially. Okay, so what more can I do here? Well, I would say that whenever I consume this, I kind of need to update the UI. Well, actually, we need to make a decision on something, which is when we are showing this UI where we show the available tiles, do we want to show it only for the current player, or do we want to show it for all of the players? Meaning that, do we show it only our data every time, or depending on who's playing, we update this to show their available tiles? Because in the real board game version, all the data is like public, meaning that you have like the tile sitting on the top of your table, so you can like look at your opponent's tiles and see what they have. But not here. So I wonder that if maybe we'll need to change this UI to also like include that. I don't know. Okay, let me think. Okay, where do we call the UI stuff? Okay, I don't think we are ever updating that, but we have this UI game instance, and then we will be able to set this, because we already have these player containers here. Yeah. So we'll need to have like methods to update this. So I wonder if I want to change like these data for everyone. If I want to change the data for everyone here or not. Well, I guess I want to do that. Okay, so let me see. So I'll need to create a method. Public void set player tiles. Something like this. We'll need to call this guy. So we'll need to pass a player caller. Okay. And then we'll need to pass on number of movement tiles. Player tiles container dot okay, how do I do this? Hold on. Okay, I think I'll need to change this data because currently we are doing all this for the team caller. So I think I'll have another method called set movement tiles where we pass a number of movement tiles. Yeah. So I would say that for at first we probably want to pass a null texture maybe. I don't know if I can pass a null texture here. We'll figure that out. But then I want to do this.
That was good. Can you
Oh no, it's a data table player caller. Okay, so E player caller, and then ain't movement tiles. Okay, so this should work for that one. Yeah, I don't think I want to have like this set team caller ever, actually. Okay, and then we have a second method called set combat tiles, which are gonna take the player caller, but this was gonna be like an interarray of combat tiles. So for each combat tile, we are setting the color to null. We'll also need to set the text to something else. Well, I actually wonder if maybe I don't want to like write the numbers there. Maybe I want to reuse like the same textures as before. So let me see first this guy, what we have here. Okay, because currently it's only showing like these combat tiles there. But I kind of want to have a version of this with the values already. You know? like with these numbers. Help. Okay, it's here. Yeah, I think I might need to like create more images and like Photoshop these guys in there, you know. Okay, why doesn't this allow me to like zoom in? It's not Alt. I also can control zoom. It's weird. Very, very weird. Okay, doesn't matter. We'll be able to do it. Oh, now it worked. I mean, I kind of want to have this. Okay. Okay, so I think we'll need to like Photoshop some images first. So I'll need to grab this Blue Combat and then I'll need to do like a Blue Combat 1, 2, and 3. I think that's the plan. Okay, wrong thing. So I would say we go to Photopea, which is the best software in the world. Showing Explorer. Then we just do this and this. Okay, now we need to clear this, clean this image a little bit. Oh, it's beautiful already. Yeah, so good job. We have our 1. So I can export this as Blue Combat 1. Good job. And now I can replicate this, move it there a little bit, then move both here a little bit. Good job. This is gonna be Blue Combat 2. Amazing. And now I can do this. I can move it. Oh. Hello. I can move it. And now I can do this. And GG. Blue Combat 3. See, it was pretty easy. Pretty easy. And now I just grab on these values, I put them there. And then I'll be able to import them. So the only thing I need to care about now is I need to change the colors. So I already did this for blue. Oh, I also have an empty command. I see. And an empty movement. Okay, so I'll need to plug in those. Okay, so I'll need to do the same thing for the green. Oh, okay, the green will look like shit. Fuck. This is gonna look like crap. No contiguous. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, hold on. So we delete these layers. Okay, let's try and clean this one first. Okay, eraser tool. We'll make it tiny. I kind of need to do something like this, you know? Something like this. Whoops. Good morning, Lit Geek. How's it going? Hello, hello. I'm trying to Photoshop something with my immense skill. Okay, maybe something like this. Okay, this is not too terrible. Okay, now I'll need to go into blending options. Maybe contour. No, not contour. Stroke. Yeah. Very tiny stroke. And almost... Oh, we don't have transparency here? Oh, I have. So something like this. Just to break it a little bit. Look at that. Amazing. Not bad yourself. 1 week today until we move. Living out of boxes. Yeah, I understand the feeling. I understand the feeling. When we moved here, we started renovating while moving. So there was one entire month where we didn't have a kitchen. And then there was a period of 2 weeks where we couldn't take a bath. So, yeah. It's fun. Fun, fun, fun. Okay, why? Oh, I see. Okay, I think I kinda like this. I mean, it's not super pretty. GG's, another sub. Thank you, Lit Geek. Thank you, thank you. Okay, maybe I want to do one in, one out. No, this looks crap. Let's overprint. Well, I actually like this. I think I'll go with this. 1 week. 1 week. So do you have like is it a brand new house? Is it like a new construction? Like do you have water there and the electricity already and all of that? Brand new, okay. Did you like build it yourself? Well, not yourself, but or you purchase it already built? Okay, so this is gonna be red, red, no, green, combat 1. We design it ourselves. Yeah. Okay, that's what I meant. What I wanted to mean. Pretty cool. Pot was empty. Nice. So technically, it's like your dream house, right? Because it should have like everything you wanted. in a house. How long did it take, like, to build the entire thing? Like 3 years or something? No? Less? We bought it in December. Oh, it's already built? Damn. Okay. Well, I know that in the US, usually you tend to build using like wood structures. But here in Portugal, we actually use like brick and mortar for everything. So it takes like a long time for things to dry. So it takes like 2 years minimum to build a house from scratch. In Phoenix, weather is good, so they can build fast. Yeah, I mean, as long as it's not raining, they don't have an excuse to stop. But even then, in Portugal, it takes so long. But maybe it's like the culture, you know? Maybe the culture is like, yeah, we don't need to work that fast. The guys are not in a hurry to move, I guess. It only rains 10 days a year, damn. That's both great, but at the same time it's weird. Like, do you have like green plants around, or is all extremely dry? 10 days is so few. So few days. It's crazy. Yeah, no grass. Yeah, I imagined. Yeah, here where I live, it probably rains like 100 days a year. Which is a little bit too much as well, you know? Because it essentially rains for the entire 3 months of winter, and then it rains every once in a while throughout the year. But winter is like miserable here. It's so bad. But yeah, people do get used to it. Okay, so this is gonna be red combat 1. And this is gonna be red combat 2. This is gonna be red combat 3. Furopi, is it free? Yes. It's essentially a HTML clone of Photoshop. Pretty much everything works. Well, by default, you don't want to have like an ad blocker here. And then it will show like ads on left and right. But it's entirely free to use. They also have some AI generation things that you can use, like the regular Photoshop, but that's paid. But yeah, nowadays I don't even bother with installing Photoshop. I just go here. Okay, so I think I'm only missing purple now. Yeah. So export purple combat 1. Good job. And now we do this. Opa. Yeah, as you can see, it's like always asking me like, you are using an ad blocker. Are you sure you don't want to help us? But yeah, please watch our ads. Okay, so if I do this and this. Yeah, this has been in development for tons of years, like Photopea. It's like fairly known. Okay. So we have all of these guys now. So I would say that we don't need to touch these anymore. Oh, they look like crap. Hold on. Oh, it's because of the... Okay. I see. So I need to import them as UI stuff. Apply. Aha, good job. Look at this. Beautiful. Did you hear about the new AI built in Twitch that now constantly listens to you and summarizes your stream? No, I have not. But that's actually something that I wanted to build myself. Like vibe code something. I feel like that would be useful. I wanted to have like an always listening AI. Oh, they are A/B testing it right now. Yeah. Well, they are also A/B testing the. It's not like the same viewer monitor that I have. So I have these, right? So I know like who's watching and who's watching and is not following. But they have one thing that they are also A/B testing, which is if you have like a surge of viewers that do not follow, they will automatically like notify you in chat, only for the broadcaster, giving them a hint to like call out for people to follow. You know, it's literally gonna show us maybe this is a good time to like invite people to follow or something. So they have that, and because I A/B test Twitch followers. I don't know where I follow it, where I found it. What's it called? I mean, it's like a feature test kind of thing. There's like a page where you can see the Twitch experiments. It's this. So they had one experiment going on. The fuck, where are these? There was like a page where they showed what they were testing. And but apparently this is now empty, which is kind of odd. But there was like a follower thing, and I read that and I was like, well, I don't want to wait for them to give me access to it, so I'm just gonna vibe code it, and that's what I did. So essentially my little viewer monitor thing does the same thing. So whenever I have like a bunch of followers, a bunch of non-followers that I've been watching, I get like a reminder telling me to like call out people. Not call out people, because if people are lurking, I'm not gonna say their name, but then I would say, if you are enjoying the stream, please follow, you know, like something like that. Yeah, but I would say that I've also thought about the summary feature, because it would be cool if you could like connect together like the dots of what you were saying on stream with what the chat was saying at the same time, and then you could do like a mood calculation to see if like things were going great or not, so you can have like a better idea of what your chat likes and dislikes in terms of what you are currently presenting. So I also thought about that. Well, it was actually an idea from Simonot, but yeah, I don't even know how to start with that one, so I've never done it. Okay, in any case, now we have these things here. So I would say that here on this player tiles container thing, we'll need to change this. We'll need to change this. So this will be combat tiles blue. No, this is going to be an array. Well, I think that even the movement tiles are going to be a... No. The movement tiles is... It's not needed. Okay, combat tiles, purple, combat tiles, red, combat tiles, green. Okay, and then here on the get combat tile, I would get combat tile index. Yeah. And then here it's tiles, 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 tiles. I mean, this shouldn't ever happen. Can I like throw something? Good. Be right back, need to reboot. Okay, see you in a little bit. Okay, get movement style. I wonder if I want to have like a player none. No player. You know, because then here I would be able to have texture to the no movement tile, and then a public texture to the no combat tile, and then for no player this returns this, and for no player it returns that. Yeah, I think this is the plan. I think this is the plan. Okay, so now it's still complaining about something. Oh. Hold on, let me comment this out. Just so we get rid of all of these errors. There is no argument given that corresponds to the required format parameter. Oh. Yeah, I mean, set team color is going to disappear anyway. Okay, this is going to be a set player tiles. So this is going to call set movement tiles, color movement tiles, and then a set combat tiles, color For now, I'm just gonna pass an empty array. Oh, can I do this? No. Okay, just to see if it stopped complaining about life. Oh. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, so here I need to pass an index 0 because for this UI here, hold on. For this UI here, we are showing the combat cell without the number. Although I probably gonna replace it with the other one, but it's whatever. Okay. Okay, so where is the player tile containers SO? Okay, which is this one. Combat tiles blue. Got it. It's gonna be blue combat 1, blue combat 2, blue combat 3. Okay, then same thing for the green. Green. Amazing. Now, same thing for the red. So, 4 guys there. Red combat 0, red combat 1, red combat 2, red combat 3. Amazing. And then +4 for the purple. Purples. Purple combat. Combat 1. Combat 2. Combat 3. And then no combat. Sorry, this is the movement tile. Oh. Empty movement. Is gonna be the empty command. I mean, it should be empty combat, but whatever. Okay. You should still kind of work. They should still kind of work. So let me see now. So here I'm gonna call set player tiles blah blah blah, and then here I'm gonna pass an int array combat tiles, and this is gonna be the same thing that I pass into the set combat tiles. Okay, and then here, okay, so instead of being this, I'm gonna pass the get movement tile for E player caller, no player. Can you stop, please? Okay, so this resets everything. Good. Okay, so then on this guy here, I'm gonna kind of do the same thing, but this is gonna be not a movement tile, it's gonna be a combat tile. Where I can pass this. Okay, so this instead of being a combat tile index, is gonna be a combat tile value. Yep. So first I reset this so it doesn't show anything like this, okay? Okay, and then I'll need to iterate over each combat tile. No. No, this is combat tiles. Combat tiles length. Yeah, and then here I say if combat tiles y equals 0, I continue. Because we already cleared it there. Well, although I can like do it here in like one shot or something. Var tile equals combat tiles I. Yeah, else player caller combat tiles I. Okay, I think this is the code. Has returned. Welcome back. You were greatly missed. You were greatly missed. Okay, so apparently this should be working now. And I'll need to call set player tiles from somewhere. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I would say now that I need to go into the game manager. And wherever we consume this stuff, I'll need to do uigame.instance.setPlayerTiles here. Var player equals this. And then here I need to pass like the player caller. Oh, I don't have a caller here. How do I get the player caller again? I mean, this guy doesn't have anything. We still need to find some time to Rocket League. That's true. That is true. I have the controller here ready to rumble. PS5, yeah. Yeah, I do have a PS5, but I also use the PS5 controller on the PC. It's like the best controller, so that's what I used to. Nice. Okay, so here I'm gonna need to call set player title. I need to pass the player caller. I only have a player index. I only have a player index, so where am I using this? Because I'm saying immediately that player 0 is blue, player 1 is green. But this is not exactly right, you know. I mean, this is only initialization. But this is only mock data in any case. So even here on the player frames, I'll need to pass in like the player caller somehow. String player name, player caller. Okay, so maybe I'll need to put in the caller on the on what? I don't even know. Set player name. This is not even called either. Player caller. Bool enabled, hides property. It's fine. Corpse revived. Damn, that's one of the usernames. Here's your confetti. GG, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. My name is Dudezord. I work in game dev stuff. Today we are working on a digital version of a board game that I created with a friend. But I have two more projects that I work on stream. I have one Unity game, which is this one. I have one Unreal game, a real-time strategy, that has been in development for 2 years. And then I have a third game, which is a pinball prototype that I'm building solo in Godot. But it's still only a prototype. We're trying to see where we can push it and see if it makes sense to create like a full version of it. That will be tomorrow on Friday. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I have any compilation errors to start with. So if you have any question about the stream or about the projects or about life, feel free. Feel free to ask stuff. Yeah, I think I'll need to add the caller to the player structure. I'm kind of feeling it, you know. Player caller. Okay, so here, then I say caller equals caller. And I would assume that because it's a simple enum, that this can be like serializable directly without me worrying too much about it. And then here I can just pass player.color, player.movement styles, and player.combat styles to array. And same thing here. Var player equals that. Okay. So in theory, that part there is done. But now we need to, when we initialize the players, we need to know if we have 2 players or 4 players. Because if it's 2 players, then it should go between blue and red. And if it's the 4 players, then it should go like around. You know. You know. Okay, so here I want to pass the player color. Oh, no, it's not there. It's here. Player color. Var player colors. I think maybe here I can just like create a like blue, green. No, sorry, blue and red. New player color array. Oh, you don't like this? Accessing multi-dimensional array. Oh. Sorry, bruh. Okay, so it's this. But if players count equals 4, then player color is going to be very different. So it's going to be 4 colors. First is going to be blue. Second is going to be green. Then it's going to be red. And then it's going to be purple. Good job. And then here I can pass a player colors I. Okay, and this should work. And this should work. Okay, do we have any errors whatsoever? No. Okay, let's see what happens now. I would say that probably now these are always gonna start as empty because we are not resetting the number of movement tiles at the start of each turn. So, yeah. Pow, pow, pow. So what more do we need to do here? Okay, so this is the start game, which disables this. Then we have 3 places where we enable it. So it's on end player turn. On start round. Yeah, so on start round, I could probably give 3 movement tiles to everyone. Pretty much immediately. And then on start game finished. And then I call start round. Okay, I'm confused. On end round finished. Yeah, I feel like I'm doing tons of duplicate work around here. On start round. So this is only called once. On start game finished. So all of this is the same. Set player index, set in turn. If he's host. Okay, so on start game finished. This should call this. And then starts round. Okay, we are already simplifying. Okay, so here then on start round, if I'm the host, I set the state to this. Hold on, I'm confused already. Okay, I do this, and then for every player, I'm gonna say players I dot movement tiles equals constants dot movement tiles awarded. But now this guy's gonna complain that this is a temporary variable. So I need to do this, and then I need to do players I equals player, and then here is player. Okay, so this resets the movement tiles of everyone. Okay, which means that hopefully Round start, round finished. On start, round finished. Here I can call the UI game and call set player tiles. Var player equals this, and then here I pass player.color, player.movement tiles, player.common tiles to array. Okay, let's see if this works. So in theory now we should have three the three movement tiles for the current player whenever the game starts, which we didn't. Oh, yes we did. Good job. Good job, good job, good job. Okay, and now in theory as well, if I were to play one of them, it should decrement from there. Oh, index was outside. Oh no. Okay, I'm getting an error somewhere. Set movement tiles. Okay, maybe I need to attach first. Okay, if I do this, bloop. Oh. It's saying that I have 4 movement tiles? Nah. Where is this coming from? Oh. Yeah. Obviously, it's not max combat tiles, it's movement tiles awarded. Because the autocomplete keeps messing with us. GG. Okay, let's try again. Surely now it's gonna work. Yeah, this takes like a long time to do its thing. It's fine. Okay. So if I now do this, okay, let me just clear the console. If I now do this, nothing happened there. Good job. Nothing happened. Okay, let's try again. So we have 2 players. I actually wonder if I need to tag these with an RPC server for this to modify. You know. But let's see. So I have players. I have this list. I have 2 players. My index is gonna be 0. So I have this guy. This guy says that it has 3 movement tiles. I'm gonna step into, choose a method. Yeah. Okay, so I have 3 movement tiles. I'm gonna decrement this. But if I now go there, it's still saying that it has 3. So this doesn't work. So this doesn't work. Okay, so that means that I first need to grab the player, then I need to call player.consume movement tile, and then I need to say this. It's probably the same thing there. I don't like this pattern, but it is what it is. And let's try again. Testing multiplayer stuff is horrible. You just spend so much time waiting for things to like proper get ready. And round finished. Okay, so now if I click, ta-da! Amazing. Ta-da! It's empty. Okay, but now it's still gonna let me do this nonsense, although it shouldn't. Although it shouldn't. I mean, but it's fine. Okay, so consume movement comes from here. Comes from here. Okay, but then I have this playstyle server RPC, which is the can place there. Okay, but I can only place if I have tiles available, you know? So I think that's what I need to do. I mean, can play style gets the player index, current player index. What about this one? On explode, which takes this player index there, which takes this player index there, which takes the current player index. Man, that's fine. Okay, in any case, so I can only place a cell Okay, so I would say that here I'll need to go into game manager instance, and then I would need to call has movement styles for this player index. That's the method. That's the method. And then here I'm just gonna return player index dot movement styles greater than 0. Boolean. Okay, so here I'll need to check if combat cell and game manager instance has combat tiles, sorry, as combat tiles return true. Else if game manager has movement styles player index, we return true as well. If not, we return false. Sounds sensible enough. Okay, combat styles, player index, and then here I say get combat tiles, counting greater than 0. Okay, let's test this. Okay, so it's locked, so we need to restart Unity. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, and play. Okay, so we have the two players here. I'm blue, so I can place 3 movement tiles. So 1, 2, 3. And now I can't play any more. Good job, me. And then I go on end turn. Yeah, and I would roll the dice to get new values. Oh, but this one actually didn't update. Neither did that one. Okay, hold on. I'm confused. Red. Good job. Okay, so if I click... Oh, it's still going on green for some reason. That's odd. But in any case... Oh, because this is marked with player index 2. Although in reality I want to be player index 3. Oh well, it's fine. Yeah, so this is updating the count, the UI on the server, but not on the host. So we also need to figure that out. Yeah, I mean it's only updating here. Clients and host, private void, update, player styles UI. Okay, and here I'll do this. Okay, what if I pass the player? Can I pass the player directly? That would be cool. Okay, and then the host updates it on everyone. Okay, this makes a little bit more sense. Okay, I also need to set the player indices. Player indices. It's gonna be 1 and 3. Player indices. Come on. Player indices. Gonna be 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, and then instead of this, we do player indices I. Okay. Okay, let's see now if the UI updates properly, and now hopefully the red team should be able to play styles on the red part and not the green part. We'll see. Hello? I mean, this is clearly not working, but Unity says it is, so that means a new restart. Hell yeah! Restarts for everyone! Project you're opening contains compilation errors. Yeah, ignore. Go. RPC method must end with RPC suffix. That is true, my kind sir. RPC. Okay, so this is the first part. Okay, so now if we click play, let's see what happens. Okay, so it's a blue team. So if I use one tile, ta-da, it updated on both of them. Good job. Now if I click end turn, well, it should have changed to red. On end player turn. Okay, let's see. On end player turn. Okay, so it does... It increments the player by 1. It calls this... Oh, so this doesn't even call like any animation whatsoever. I mean, it's fine. Update player tiles UI RPC. And then I just need to pass the player here. And the player is gonna be players that. Oh, players that. Well, I could also call it there. You know, because I can get my own player. Maybe this works better. I don't know. Okay, so at least now it should change the color of the tiles when going from one player to the other. Hopefully. Okay, so red player starts first. This shit is still going to green. Why? I really don't understand this, but whatever. Okay, so it cleared it properly. So I'm gonna click end turn, and my expectation is that now this is gonna change to 3 blues. Hooray! And then this guy is free to roll their own dice, and then he's gonna earn more of that. Okay. Good. Oh, because current player index. Yeah, this is weird. Okay, never mind. We'll get there. Okay, so on the dice thrower thing, assuming that all of this part is kind of working, I need to send the data to the game, to the game manager with the result of the roll. Yeah, so on dice finished roll, we get a dice result. And then we retry rolling dice as long as they get tied. And then on game manager instance, actually I have a question, which is who gets this on dice finished roll? Probably the server, right? So I call this initialize. Initialize. This is clients and host. Well, okay, it's clients and hosts. In reality, it's only the host. Okay, so the host is the one that initializes this. So the host is the one which will get the results. Same thing here, same thing here. Okay. So the host gets the results. Okay, so I would say that I just need to pass in the highest player. It should be like highest player index, I guess. Okay, I wonder if I need to pass in like an enum that says if I'm rolling for combat. If I'm rolling to earn combat styles, or if I'm rolling for resolving a combat. Actually don't know, but in any case, we need to pass in game manager.instance, and then we need to resolve dice row, and here we pass the highest player. But I also feel like I need to pass the values of the dices. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, because I'll need to have different guys, you know. So I'll need to have a combat resolve. Resolve combat. And then I'll have a resolve earn combat tiles. And on the resolve combat, I just need to pass in whoever is the player which rolled the highest. If I'm just earning combat tiles, I need to pass in the numbers that I rolled. So dice result is a player index and a value. Okay, so here I'll need to have like an enum. I'll need to have an enum or even a boolean, whatever, which is combat earn is rolling or combat resolve. So then, whenever we call earn combat tiles, here I say is rolling for combat resolve equals false. And on combat resolve, I say is rolling for combat resolve equals true. You know, and then here I say if he's rolling for combat resolve, then I'm gonna call resolve combat, where I pass the highest player index, so the index of the player that rolled the highest number. Else, I'm just gonna pass the whatever results I got. Okay, I wonder if I can dice results dot select to array. Yeah, and here I pass the results. Okay. So let's see. So here we'll have a resolve combat. Winner player index. Which is gonna be this. And then the other one is resolve earn combat tiles. This is gonna be the player index and the results we rolled. So currently we only care about these resolve earn combat tiles. So I guess I'll need to go into I need to grab the players. And then I need to essentially replace one of the combat tiles with that as a 0, which with the number that we rolled essentially. So I'm gonna say for var result in results for each award combat tile result on the player, and then here I need to say player is this. Good job. Okay, so this is the result that we rolled here. So we have the consume. We are also gonna have an award here. And essentially, it's gonna be similar to this, which is, well, it's kind of the opposite, where if we have a 0, we replace it with a value, and then we break. So we replace the first 0 that we find. Yeah, I like that. And whenever we call this resolve thing, we should be able to call this for every player. Okay, let's see. Let's see. I mean, there's a big possibility that we'll finish this game today. Which would be pretty good. Oh. Why are you already there rolling? Okay, so that part was wrong. So clearly we still have some like race conditions to fix, but it's okay. Okay, so player blue can go first. I'm gonna place 1, 2, 3. I can't place more. I'm gonna click on end turn. So now it's red team's turn to actually do something. So this guy here. Oh, and I cannot select their dice for any reason. Oh, player 0. Oh. Okay, so I have tons of issues then with the... I have tons of issues with the player indices. Hmm. So I wonder, where am I messing this up? Because I'm pretty sure if I change this from 1 and 3 to a 1 and 2, that this is gonna work. But then it will mean that the green player will be the second player to go, which we do not want. Never mind the colors. The colors don't matter that much for now. Okay, so green goes first. 1, 2, 3. Then I click on end turn. Blue has 3. And I can roll this dice. I rolled a 2. I can roll this dice. I rolled a 2. And I got 2 and 2. Good job. But why is this showing as red though? That's the part that I don't understand. Dice finished. Days, highest player. I mean, I'm pretty sure like all of these indices are like wrong. I'm pretty certain. Okay, so let's attach again to that guy. Oh, this doesn't allow me to. It does. Okay, so I roll a 1 and a 2. Roll the 1 and the 2. Player index is 1. Right, but this. Okay, so the issue is that I have 2 different IDs competing. I have 2 different IDs competing. Okay, how can I do this? Okay, I need to fix this. Okay. Okay, we need to try and fix this properly. Like for real, for real. So the issue is that if I go here on the board tiles root, so here, for example, for purple, it says that it's the current owner is 3, so 0, 1, 2, 3, which is good. And this is 2. And then this is 0, and this is 1. Okay, so I'm gonna need to write some stuff so I don't forget. Okay, so the actual cells have the cell's current owner they go from 0 to 3. 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So that part is okay. But then here on the game manager, whenever I initialize whenever I initialize the players. Is initialize equals true, it's there. Okay, so whenever I initialize the players, this should actually be 0 and 2, and these should be 0, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, but these are the player. I need to call it something else. It cannot be player indices. Because essentially, so if I have 2 players, well, if I have 4 players, it's gonna be blue is gonna be 0, green is gonna be 1, red is gonna be 2, and purple is gonna be 3. But if I have only 2 players, then the players that will play are gonna be blue and red. And if we have blue and red, then blue is gonna take index 0. So it's the first player and it has index 0. And red is the second player but has an index of 2. Has an index of 2. So what I wonder is, so I will have an array with 2 entries, which will be 0 and 1, but which will map to 0 and 2, you know? So that's the entire issue. I mean, I wonder if I can get rid of these player indices and just use like the player color for everything. You know, because then when placing the tiles, instead of the current owner being a number, I could make the current owner be like a team color, a player color. You know, maybe that would be better. Maybe that would be better. So the movement cell as a current owner. So maybe I can do this, where I just initialize a default owner of no player, you know, and then I just need to okay, let me try and modify the text file directly, the scene file directly. I mean, surely it's gonna work, you know? Like, surely. Should not be edited manually. Well, you know nothing, Jon Snow. Hold on, I'm confused now. I'm confused. Oh, so team-based cell will need to have a owner as well. Public e-player caller owner equals no player. Okay, and here I can mark it as purple. Got it. Okay, so now if I close this, and I look for purple on this file, it's not the name, it's not this. Fuck. Oh, maybe it has like a different name. Okay. So I would say that wherever all of these have this on team-based cell, no, bro. Never mind. I would. Okay. I will need to change this manually. I was seeing. I was trying to see if I could change like the level file through text, but I know I'm gonna make some mistake and then regret it in the future. So let's try and do it properly. Let's try and do it properly. Okay, so this is gonna be purple team. Then none of these have a player. No player. No player. And then this is gonna be red team. Okay, good job. So that row is done. And then this is gonna be purple. This is gonna be no player. And the last one is gonna be red. Good job. And then all of these are gonna be no players. Good. No player whatsoever. Good. No player. Good. No player. Good. Okay, and then here, this is gonna be blue. Everyone else is gonna be no player, and then the last one is gonna be green. And then same thing here. The first one is blue. All the others are no player. And then the last one is green. Good job. Which now means that wherever we have current owner -1, we delete it. So combat cell loses its owner. Movement cell loses its current owner. Okay, so whenever we set an owner, we are gonna set a color. Owner equals color. Yay. So they belong to a color. And same thing here, get owner. This returns owner. By default, if something bad happens, we are throwing a not implemented exception, YOLO. And clear is essentially just setting no player. Okay, good job. Okay, so now we'll have like a bunch of places that we need to fix. Get owner. So owner index is going to be owner just. If owner index is different from no player, there's going to be a player caller here. Player caller. Got it. Because then here on as combat tiles, I can do the check by the caller instead of by index, which is better. Same thing here, I guess. But we'll get there. Cannot convert from int to something. Private. Current player caller. Okay, so we'll need to figure out where we set this to something, which is this. Current player color equals player color. Okay, and then here we pass this. Okay, and now we can, this is like a massive like change. YOLO. Current player color here, current player color there. Player color, player color. This, and this. This is gonna be fun. Player color, switch player color. Look at this. It's gonna be green. It's gonna be red. It's gonna be purple. Same thing here. Blue. Oh. This. Oh, green. Sorry. Green. It's gonna be the red. It's gonna be purple. Okay, we are clearing errors slowly. Owner is different than no player. These are get owners, get owner, player color. Okay, so if the owner is no player, that happens. Oh. And then here I get the scores. I see. I mean, maybe instead of a list, this is gonna be like a dictionary. Maybe. Then here I set that blue is 0, green is 0, red is 0, purple is 0. And then I check by color, I increment, I return. Okay. We're getting there, we are getting there. Okay, and then here on has combat tiles is going to be a player color as well. Player color. Private network player data. Get player with a color. And then for each player, if the color is the same, I return the player as I return null. Oh, well, then I'm just gonna throw an exception. It's fine. Okay. So here now, I should be able to get this player and do this. Okay, good. Good. Okay, so we only have 2 lines of code to fix, which is the consumed. Okay, which should be easy. Player color. Same thing here. Player color, player color. Oh, I actually don't know how to do this. So I'll have this guy here. Can I return a pair in a C sharp? Probably. Like a tuple. I mean, if this works, it will be a little bit better. So if I were to do this, then I do a for I equals 0, players count, and then var player equals players I. Then I can return this. So an index and something. Can I do something like this? I can. This is beautiful. This is like Rust now. I feel like I'm in Rustland. Okay, because now I can do this, and then I can do that. Hey, pretty cool. Oh, beautiful. Freaking beautiful. Okay, so this gets the scores for this. Okay, so this is gonna be a get player. No, bro. I actually want to do it differently. So for each key value, can I do like a key value? Something like this? Oh, beautiful. I love me some syntax sugar, you know? So this is gonna be the player color. Player color, that's gonna be the score. So then here I say this is a get player player. Oh, sorry, player color. This is gonna be an index and a player. So and then I increment the score and replace it. Okay, good job. Okay, so instead of set player index, yeah, I don't trust that part a little bit. So yeah, I would say that the big issues are coming from there. But okay, so on start of a round, we need to set the player color to the tile placement manager, and that is based on this current player index. Can I just call player.color here? Okay. So we do not have any errors in there. So that's good. So now I would say that I can go here and get rid of this player index. You know, get rid of that. I'll actually want to compare the color. Okay. So that means that I can get rid of this player indices. Okay. Do I have more errors anywhere? Here. On dice thrower. Get local player. Okay, but what is this for? Oh, because he grabs the player index. Okay, so if I replace everything here with player color, I mean, surely he's gonna be a player color here as well. Okay, so this part here is fixed. What about here? Best player dice. I see. No, so it's going to be a dictionary of player color to an int. Okay, now here I need to put all of these red and purple. I don't like these that much. Okay, and then on each one, okay, so this is just to prepare the data, and then that happens, and then here I do a for each bar. Going to be a player color and value in best player dice. Okay, so best dice is going to be value. Player index. No, it's going to be player color. Yes. tied. Oh. Okay, so maybe I add the player color and best dice. Best dice. Highest player is going to be a E player color. Which is going to be no player to start with. And then here it's the same thing. Item 1. Item 1. Okay. And now this guy, instead of a player index. Oof. Actually, where do I grab the client ID? From there. Okay. So left player color. Right player color. I'm kind of regretting doing this refactor, but at the same time, I think it's the ideal thing to do. This is going to be player color equals player color. It's not left player color, it's player color only. Sir. E player color, player color. Okay, I'm gonna need to get the player. But I think this is private, so I need to make this public. Dot client ID. Oh. Hold on. So this is gonna be player. And then var client ID equals player.client ID. Yes. Okay. Nice. And then here is going to be left player color, and here is going to be the right player color. Good job. What more? Resolve combat has a player color. And this guy also has a player color. Var index player equals get player color. Okay, I think we are almost there. Oh, is still player index? No. E player color, player color. Nice. Var player equals game Game manager instance get player. And then this. And then player caller here and player caller there. Okay. Okay, here I'm just gonna say that this is gonna be to blue. This is gonna be to blue. This is gonna be red. Okay, player caller equals this. Player caller. Okay, apologies in advance because I know that this is like boring as hell. I know that this is boring as hell. Okay. One place to go. Var player equals get player player caller. Hell yeah. Okay, none of these are modifying, so I can do this just. I can do this directly. Lovely. And I still have this current value index thing. Oof. Okay. Okay, so I just want to double check if everything is kind of okay. So I have current player index. Okay, I think that feels okay-ish. We'll see. We will see. Okay, so if I now move this, it's still initializing. Okay, so the blue team goes first. They can play on blue. If I place 3 tiles, it removes from there properly. If I now click end turn, it should change to red and should have like 3 reds at the top, and it should move the camera to the dice roll. Okay. In theory, these dice should belong to the player on the right. Which is weird. But roll the 3 and the 3 as red. So that's good. So after rolling, assuming that now this is good. So after rolling, the camera should then move back. The camera should then move back to the dice tray. Sorry, not to the dice tray, to the game board. Oh my god. Okay, but this happens. This happens on the host only. So I'll need to send this move camera to game board to everyone else. So for example, this guy here, it's running that. Actually, I have a question, which is, so this end player client's RPC, this is the host calling. So I assume that this is gonna be sent once per each. But if I'm inside here and I call another RPC send to, will it only gonna call itself, or is this gonna like multiply like exponentially? I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna call it move camera to game board. This. Oh, this is gonna be client's RPC. Okay, just so I know what's client, what's host. Okay, so here we update everyone to go to the game board. Okay, let's see. Okay, so red team goes first, and look at that. Now the red team can play. Beautiful. 1, 2, 3. Pretty cool. I click enter, and it's gonna be blue. Blue will be able to launch their own dice. So we roll a 1. We roll a 1. And then it goes back. Hell yeah. It's freaking beautiful. It's freaking beautiful. So now I'm able to place my tiles here. And I should also be able to place combat cells. The thing is that for the combat cells, in theory, I would need to first like select them. You know? So I would probably need to go here and click on it. And then something. Something. Because if I do this, it's removed one. Good job. And now I cannot do anything else, so we go back. Oh. Hello? Okay. Oh, so it didn't award. Okay. Something is odd. Okay, we'll get there. We are getting there. We are getting there. Okay, so let's implement the resolve combat. The resolve combat. I mean, it's not only the highest player, I also need to roll in the... No, because it consumes the tile immediately. How do I do this? So the plan is that if player blue places a combat tile in one of the numbers, then player green is gonna try and place the combat tile on top of a number as well. This should move the camera to the dice throw. And then eventually we are gonna call resolve combat. But how do I know? How do I know that I don't know. How do I know which tile to keep, essentially? I don't know that. I have no idea. Okay, but I also want to do something else first. Wait, hold on, which is... Oh, because it tries to explode. Okay, but in reality... this should... This should notify the server saying like start battle. you know. So here I need the game manager instance, then start combat resolve. Server RPC send to server. And what do I need to pass in here? Okay, I passed the combat cell owner. Hello. Hello, Vortism. Yeah, your first message got auto-modded, but I allow it. Hi there. I have an open source project that I'm working on, and I'm complete beginner. My question is, how would I make it bulletproof and bug-free? Tests. That's usually how it goes. So usually, let me see if I can show you an example. So is it game related or is it like something else? But usually there's something called unit tests. Okay, unit tests. And essentially what unit tests are, they are automated tests that run automatically whenever you compile your project. So they are essentially almost part of the compilation, which means that if the tests do not pass, in theory the project shouldn't compile. Okay, so for example, I made this. Okay, I made a Game Boy. Oof, hold on. Sorry. Okay, let me. Hold on. Okay, I'm just committing all of this. Okay, so I made a Game Boy emulator. Okay, which is pretty cool. Like an old Game Boy emulator in Rust. But every once in a while, I need to make changes or improve or make it faster or something. So I want the ability to make those changes and knowing that the changes that I'm making are not breaking what I've done previously. They are not changing the behavior. Okay, so for example, I have, oh my god, how do I check the test? I think it's like this, tests. Nah, bro. Config, test. It's this. So for example, do you know binary? Do you know how binary numbers work? Right? Like, should be pretty, yes? Good. So I made a method. I created a method called getBit, where I pass a number in binary. So these are 8 digits, you know. 1, 2. Okay, let me see if I can zoom in on this a little bit. No. Can I make this larger, please? Zoom ID. Yeah. So, for example, I can create a byte, right, which are 8 individual bits. And then I need the ability to know if each individual bit is a 0 or a 1. So I created this method here, which is called getBit, where I pass the byte, I pass the index, and then it tells me the value. It tells me like the individual bit in that byte at that specific index, right? So 0 will be 1, 1 would be 0, index 2 would be 1, index 3 would be 0. So I created the test called test the getBit function. And then essentially I create a byte with the 8 bits inside, you know, and then I create assertions. And assertions is what unit tests use to validate if the expected result equals the actual result that the function provides. So the expected result is the result that you as a programmer define as the truth, and then the actual result is the result of running the method. So for example here, for this number here, I'm saying get the bit of this byte here at index 0, okay, and then tell me if it's a 1. And if you go and you check, it's a 1, okay? And if you go to index 1, it's going to be a 0. If you go to index 2, it's going to be a 1. Like, won't it be the same always? Yes, the test will always be the same. But the reason why you want this is if you modify getBit in the future, although I don't expect it to change, obviously, but if I were to do, okay, so now instead of being U8s or simple numbers, maybe I can make like a U32, so like higher numbers, you know? And then here I would need like to change the logic where if the size is 8, then I do something. If the size is 32, then I do something else. So I would be modifying this method here, but I still want the old tests to pass because I want to keep the old behavior, you know? That assertion remains true irrespective of whether you change the code. No, if you change the code, then it breaks, right? That's the entire point of this. You know? So let's get, for example, this set bit. You want the old assertions to pass. Exactly. And these are the old assertions. But if you were to extend or change the behavior of this, then you want the old tests to pass, and then you want to add new tests for the new things that you add, so that everything passes. Old tests are the same, and you add new tests for the new stuff that you added. You make it like a lot of tests that cover all parts of your code so that assertions remain true, irrespective of whether you change the code. So you want the old assertions to pass, and after changing the code, you still want the old ones to pass. Yeah. So the tests that you leave here, that you know that run, these tests are never gonna change. Okay? These tests are here forever until the end of this project. But if you were to change the behavior of getBit, to imagine that getBit now would pass like a flag or something. You know, like we'd pass a boolean here for some reason. You are allowed to modify these tests to now say, okay, now the default value of this is a false. Okay, but because now you pass a new flag, that you now need to test for true. So you would add a new test. You know, you'd add a new test called test getBit true, and then you'd create like a new variant for all of the trues, and then here something else would change. So ideally, old tests never change. If you are adding new parameters, then you should maintain the default parameter that you want for that method. But for each different value that parameter can take, you should test for it. Essentially, when you are implementing a unit test, you want to write tests that enter each if else, that goes over all of the loops in a for, that sometimes go until the end of the for, and sometimes they break in the middle of the for loop, you know. And so for example, just to finalize this is Rust. I don't know which language you are using, but every language has support for unit tests. But essentially, this allows you to run all of the tests at once. So you can see here, I run 13 tests, all the 13 of them passed. I had some crashes here, but if you check the test is gonna actually say that it should crash. So you can even, in some languages, you can even force crashes on the test and make sure that the things crash when you expect. Because instead of the should panic, like the panic is an exception. So you can test for exceptions as well. Thank you for the follow, Autism. GG's, free confetti for you. I've heard of system tests and integration tests. Are they different? Yes. So essentially, unit tests are the more low-level types of tests that you can do, which is essentially you are testing individual functions. Okay, unit tests are individual functions. For integration tests, integration tests are when you are testing functions that call different things. Okay. In that specific case, you essentially need to use something like mock data. You know, which mock data is like creating a skeleton object of a specific class that you have, with which has hard-coded data that you specify, and then you are able to test like the entire class and see how the class interacts with other classes and with other methods from different parts of your code. So that's integration test, because you are essentially testing the integration of your class with something else. System tests, I don't really know what they are different from integration tests. I would assume that they are similar. But yeah, essentially you can try to test as low level as you want, or as testing if different components of your code base work well with one another, like the results that you are passing from method A to method B make sense, and then when it returns back from method B to method A, it's still like the same thing that you want. I would say that system tests is probably if you are testing for network latency, if your CPU is very slow, if you can like keep up with that stuff, if you are having what's it called? I forgot the name. When you have like a machine that like distributes the work across different servers, like if that also works, I think that those are system tests, because you are like testing the entire system, you know, it's not like individual parts of code. Processor Chaos, this is giving me PTSD, so much test writing when I was in fintech. By the way, integration tests were the real MVP for us, and we had end-to-end tests as much as possible. Well, yeah, I would argue that everything that touches money, those things need to be like extremely testable. Yeah, in this case, this is just like a simple Game Boy emulator, so there are not many tests that I need to care about. But I mean, there's still like some cool stuff here. Let me see. So for example, this is like a good candidate, like a good explanation for this. So for example, on the Game Boy, I won't go into much detail, but on the Game Boy, the pixels are like stored into a different format where you actually have 2 bytes for each pixel, but then you need to merge like the data, you know. So you take the first bit from the first pixel, and the first bit from the first byte, and then the first bit from the second byte. So it's a 0 and a 0. So you need like to merge two numbers like weirdly. And one thing that I did was I essentially grabbed all of this real data here, and I created unit tests for this. Because if my code passes with the code and with the values that the documentation tells me, then GG, you know. So you can see here that, for example, I have 0 0 1 1 1 1 0 0, like for example, right? Which is essentially like this data, you know. So if you pass a 3C and a 7E, share these values, 3C and 7E, this should be what you expect. 0 0, 10, 11, 11, 11, 11, 10, 0. 0, 10, 11, 11, 11, 11, 10, 0. See, so, and I did that for each row there. And I mean, they pass. So because they pass, I'm pretty sure that this works, you know. That's usually why you write unit tests for. So you make sure that the code works as you expect. There's a different methodology for tests, which is a TDD. It's test-driven development, where essentially you write the tests first, you write the API or the names of the methods and the types of parameters that you expect your code to take into a test. The test won't run because the code still doesn't exist, but first you write the test as you would expect to call the methods that don't exist yet. And once you have the test written, then you write the code, and you write the code with the limitations of the test that you build, and then everything is successful when the code passes the test that you first written, because usually you write the code, then you write the test, then you don't know if the test is correct or the code is wrong, and then you go back and forth. But with a test-driven development, first you write the test with the proper results that you want, and then you implement the API with the parameters and the logic. So this is a little bit more hardcore. I've never exactly done this ever, but I would say that it's probably good. End-to-end tests were like tests between the user, right? Yeah, usually it goes from the user clicking on something on a website all the way to sending the network request to the server processing the request, and then returning the data back to the user, and sometimes even like updating the website with the new data. But again, you can only do this with only API calls, so no like front end is really like showing. Or you can even integrate like front end into it, and you can have like buttons changing color depending on the result from the server, you know. So our end-to-end tests were often made so that a browser was controlled by the testing software. It actually clicked buttons, etc. But end-to-end can also be behind the scenes, going through some user flow using API calls. Exactly. So in reality, there are plenty of ways to test. Anything related to tests, anything is better than nothing, okay? So my advice is test. You don't need to go like extremely hardcore on it unless you want to build like a proper product, like a client-facing product, you know. that people can read the code and can like criticize and stuff. You want to have tests to back up the project quality. But it's always good to have like something just to give you like some peace of mind to just so you know, okay, things are like still working properly. And I mean, there are like plenty of tests, you know. There are, I remember, so for example, I used to work with rendering engines, you know, to build games. And usually that requires working a ton with OpenGL or DirectX or whatever. Graphics APIs. And graphics APIs, they do not crash. And they do not give you like return values usually. So you cannot actually test the graphic APIs. But what you can test is the visual output that you get. So for example, what some engines do, like Unreal and stuff, I don't know if I'll have like a proper image here, but imagine that you are working on some like Sky implementation, okay? Sky cube map, something. Imagine that you are implementing how the sky looks in Unreal. And you implement this sky like with these volumetric clouds and stuff, and it looks really cool, really good. And you think, okay, this is the final result that I want. I don't want anything besides this. I don't want anything to change this. What you can do is you can take a screen capture of the rendered output, you know. And then in the future, every time you deploy Unreal or whatever program that you are working on, you can have your program take a screenshot of the sky, and then you can compare the image with the base result, you know? And then you can do like a pixel by pixel comparison. And then if stuff breaks, or if the image is like different by more than 1%, then you know, okay, someone somewhere in the code base touched something that messed up our sky, so now we need to investigate. Usually those are more difficult to diagnose because they don't tell you which code broke, you know. You just know that somewhere between yesterday and today things went wrong. But so that's also a possibility. And usually that's what you do for like games and stuff. Test, image, compare. I don't know if there's like a name for this. Render engine. I don't know. But that's also something that you can do. Yeah, image comparison algorithm for unit testing. Yeah, I was trying to see if there was like an example here. I don't know, like I don't know what are the actual name for this, you know. But it's like an image-based test, like automated testing graphics programming. But yeah. So yeah, you have like plenty of ways that you can tackle this stuff. So good luck. I mean, if you also want to like talk about your project, because you said that you are a beginner, if you want like to exchange ideas and stuff, like feel free to do so. Okay, what was I doing? What was I doing? Okay, I actually don't think that I'm gonna stream in the afternoon. I think I'm gonna stream for like 1 more hour and then I'm gonna leave. I have some stuff I need to do. Usually I do a 1 hour break now and then I come back in 1 hour and then I go for another 3 hours. But I think I'll do 1 more hour instead of stopping now. I'll do 1 more hour and then I'll stop for good today. Okay. So what needs to happen here? So here I'm already like placing the tile. Placing tile common, and then this calls the consume combat tile there. Okay. But if I'm placing a combat cell, sorry, a combat tile on a combat cell, I need to start resolving this combat. So I need to notify the game manager. I need to notify the game manager of what is happening. So that's the combat cell owner. I also need to pass the value. No, the value is the score. It's the value for the combat tile. Oh, so here I actually call explode tiles. It's not purple. It's no player. Okay. Okay, so this is the fight itself. Okay, so I can get the owner first. Pam 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 pam. Okay, if combat cell. Here I can say if combat cell.owner equals no player, then I don't need to do any of these. I'll just call explode tiles and YOLO. But else, I'm gonna say that the player with combat tile this. By the way, if you said something earlier, I had ads playing. Yeah, I mean, I was talking about. I think Vortism still got everything, but I was talking about that in rendering engines. Usually they have like a test comparison stuff, you know, where you take a screenshot of how the end result looks today, and then every day you run the same scene, you take screenshots, and you compare how the screenshot like differs, and if the image quality or the image like pixel values change by more than 1% total, then you flag it as a fail. Do they check it? Usually it's by some percentage. Because usually when you are outputting this thing, you are probably outputting HDRs and not actually just raw RGBs. So they will have like float math going on. So because you are essentially comparing floats, you can do it pixel perfect because some rounding errors will cause like some issues. So you essentially you accumulate the differences across all of the individual pixels, and then you say, okay, if it changed by more than 1% globally, you flag it as an error, and then you need to investigate. The bad part about that is that it will only tell you that something changed that day, or something changed on that commit specifically, but it won't tell you why or where. You know, it's not as like regular unit tests where when things break, you know, like the specific line of code that created that. When you are doing like graphics rendering, you just know, okay, these 500 lines of code since the last commit or the last branch or the last day or whatever caused this. So now you need to go and investigate. Yeah, I was trying to see if I could like do something to compare. I don't know what the name of this is, but yeah, but it's something like this, where you have like two screenshots, and then you have like a delta image, you know, and then whenever this delta image, if you count like the difference of the whites, they are like more than whatever, you flag it as an error. So in this case, they added like a sphere there, so the sphere is causing the fail. I mean, it's pretty cool. I mean, here I'm going with combat tile index. I should go with combat tile value. Okay, I'll need to figure out how to pass in this data. Okay, but here I'm gonna create this method there. Hello, American. Good afternoon. Does Argentina play today, or is it tomorrow? Today is Portugal. Oh, they already played. 3-0. GG. Messi hat trick. Holy shit. Holy. Okay. Dan. Yeah, Mbappe also became like the highest scorer yesterday in World Cups with 18, I guess. First player to play. I mean, it's the first player just because the the way that the games were arranged, but sure. Pretty cool. Yeah, I didn't know it was like 3-0. Because Ochoa from Mexico was in the bench. I see. Okay, Austria and Jordan. Austria won. I see. 3-1. Pretty cool. Is Cristiano Ronaldo still playing? I hope not, but he is. He's probably not playing the 90 minutes because he doesn't have the capability of playing 90 minutes, but yeah, he's gonna play today for sure. Does it change like... It doesn't show who got like a substituted, does it? Oh yeah. Messi was out at 80 minutes. Otamendi. Yeah, Otamendi plays in Portugal as well. Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, I'll need to see the summary of the game after. Algeria, not Argelia. Algeria, yeah. Zidane's son. That's funny. Yeah, they were saying yesterday on the France's game that Zidane had like a family from Algeria. I think he was actually born in Algeria. Argelian Spanish. Yeah, actually, yeah, we also say Argelia. Yeah, Algeria. Because its capital city is Argel. I grew up with totally different players, so it's difficult to get excited for me. I simply don't know the players. Yeah, I mean, mostly nowadays are players that only appeared in the last 10 years or something. So, yeah. I mean, to be completely honest, I think that today's teams play way better than teams from 10, 20, 30, 40 years ago. Like the matches are way more like they are just better, you know. But yeah. It's not the same. It's not the same. My favorite Portuguese team players were from 2004. Purely based on training and nutrition, they are way better. Yeah. But yeah, my favorite Portugal team was from 2004. We lost the final. So Euro 2004 was in Portugal, and we lost the first game to Greece in the group phase, and then we lost the final to Greece as well. Very sad. Figo. Ronaldo. Poor Ronaldo crying. Ronaldo was like a small kid. Yeah, Ronaldo and Figo. Sad. What do you think about players when they get touched and they fall over? Like they've been shot? There's something funny that happens on Reddit, which is this. So if you know, there's like the Ballon d'Or, which is like the golden ball, which is the prize for like the best scorer. And Reddit created the Fallon de Flor award for players that throw themselves into the pitch as if they were dying, but no one actually like touched them. Like that guy is like pretending to be dead, but no one touched him. You know, and he's like pretending to die. Ugh, look at this. Ghosts. Yeah. Ugh. Poor guy. Yeah. More. What happened here? They look so silly. They do. More. Ugh. Guy barely touches it and he's like, ugh, I'm suffocating, help. Yeah. All of the fall on the floor contendants. Very funny. They look so silly, but they continue to do it. So I wonder if football fans give them shit for it or not. The opposing team does, for sure. When it's your own team doing it, usually it's because you are trying to buy time. You know, so people pretend to be injured, so the game takes a longer time to resume. And then you have Zinedine Zidane look for his headshot. I mean, to be completely real, the guy did did headbutt the guy on his final match with his national team against Italy. Look at this. I think this Italian guy called like his sister as a whore or something, and he's like, "Ah, sei che, yeah, your sister." Oh, yeah, and he got like a straight red card for this, and it was his last match on the French team. I'm happy Son hit 3 goals yesterday. Criminal. Or the Eric Cantona kicking the guy in the crowd. Yeah, that one was also like amazing. Kung Fu kick. What the fuck is this video? Yeah, someone started like calling him some nonsense. Come on. Oh my god. It's here. Yeah. I mean, to be completely honest, like, people in the public, they don't know how to behave. They like shout as if they were like the players and if they like dictated anything, you know. It's like crazy. People get absolutely like blind because of football. I don't understand that. Okay, so on this combat resolve stuff, I will need to roll the dice, and then if something bad happens, I will need to call the explode styles there. So this this, we'll need to call move to dice tray client RPC, move camera, move camera, move camera. The fuck? Oh, non-abstract. Oh, sorry. Move camera to dice tray here. Okay, good. So this is gonna need to happen. But I'll also need to instantiate the dice throwing thing. So I'm gonna need to call dice thrower initialize combat resolve. Then I have the current player caller, that combat cell owner, and then combat cell. Okay, and then it rotates the camera there. Okay, and then whenever we get the resolve combat, this is the winner. So this means that we'll need to go into the tile placement manager, and then we'll need to call explode tiles. I'll need to pass the player caller and well, apparently combat tile index. What can we do to get bigger font on stream? You can ask for it. GG. It's as simple as that. Okay, maybe... Is this good enough? I think 135 is way too big for me. 150. Bro, nah. If I put it 150, I can barely... Like, I won't be able to code. Like, this is just too large. Like, I'm not this blind. Nah. Like, I do read really well, you know? Like, this is a 4K screen. I could code with this. You know? Okay, I'm willing to go to 125. I'm not willing to go more than that. You do, but we don't. Well, you can zoom in on on the stream. Okay, I'll leave it at 125. I cannot physically do more than this. It's going to be painful for me. Okay, so let me see. So the start combat resolve, this is gonna get called by who? This is gonna get called by whoever clicks that. Okay, so I'm gonna say server RPC. Okay, I think this needs to be a this. Okay, nearest cell. Okay, maybe I need to pass in the nearest cell X and nearest cell Y. All of these data. This is gonna be X int Y. Okay, so now this is on the server, so the server will need to keep track of this. So the server is gonna hold all of this data. And then combat current player. Current player caller. I don't like this. Player tile value. I don't like this. I mean, because this runs on the server, I don't need to send this everywhere. And then combat style player. I mean, I can probably put like these guys here. Yeah. Combat cell owner. Okay, and then I initialize the combat resolve, blah 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 blah. And then eventually I will get the resolve combat here. And I will have all of these nonsense. Okay, so I have these explode tiles, which is also gets called from here. Well, maybe I can pass an X and Y here, just to make my life a little bit easier. Yeah, why not? Good job. Nearest cell X, nearest cell Y. Okay, and then here I pass the combat cell X, combat cell Y. Then I pass in the player color of the player that won. I think I forgot something. Yeah, I forgot this one. Private int combat cell. Yeah. And combat cell. Okay, so this is the player caller, and this is the var combat cell combat tile index 0. And then I need to check if my player caller equals my combat current player, then my combat tile index is going to be my combat player tile value. Else, going to be my combat cell combat combat tile index equals combat cell. Oh, but this doesn't explode. Yeah, this only happens if... Yeah, this only happens like this. Player caller. Combat current player. Combat player tile value. Yeah. And then we move the camera. Okay, let me now check this. So the explode tiles will call playstyle common, which is gonna to consume this. Okay. So I'm gonna need to call the consume no matter what. Okay, I wonder if this works. I kind of have a feeling that this is gonna work. Okay, so goes first. Takes a long time to initialize. Okay, blue goes first. So, okay, I'm gonna skip the first turn. So now it's red. Red goes there. Red launches 2 dice. Got a 1 there. So I'm gonna place a 1 here. And I click end turn. Okay, but this end turn is not working as expected because it's not... It's not calling... Oh, we got an exception. Okay, that's why. Exception of type was thrown. Oh. Both players look at the board from the same angle? For now, yes. In theory, they don't need to. If my code is working. Like the mouse detection, like selecting the cell depending on the camera, tilting and stuff. In theory, they don't need to. The thing is, because the board is aligned so the numbers look this way, if you were to look from the board from this angle, then you'd need to rotate all of this. I would say that that's more of a polish step. For now, I only want to get like the entire game working. I'll give the game to my friend because he's the one that asked me to work on this, and wherever he decides that he wants to improve, then I'll be improving. But okay, what's up? What did I want to try? Oh, so this crashed on the game manager here. On this player caller scores. Because on these player scores, I'm gonna have some scores. What? Hold on. Game manager 350. Right, because I might not have a player here. Okay. Oh, because I might not have a player there. I see. I see. Yeah, because the issue is that I'm calculating scores for all of the players. Although in reality I only want to do this for the players that exist in the game manager. So for each var player in game manager instance players, then here I do a player.color. Okay, this should work. This takes a long time to like initialize the game for some reason. Okay, in any case, red goes first, end turn, goes to blue, blue launches the 3, blue launches the 3, blue got 2 3s, now it's a blue's turn. Well, if I click here, it's gonna crash, because this is gonna be a 1. I mean, it shouldn't let me do this. I mean, this is all hard-coded because I still don't have an ability to select. it's fine. Okay, and now it should. It did. Oh, okay, it took some time, but it did make the switch. Oh, but it didn't ask for a reroll on this guy. But it should have, because this guy doesn't have. This guy doesn't have combat tiles. If I click enter, then it goes again here. Roll the 2, roll the 1. 1, 2, 3, 3. Okay, so this is like the end round. And then it calls on start round finished. But on start round finished, it should be doing that. Because it's only doing it on a end player turn. Okay, hold on. End player. Yeah, so on end player turn, which is when you click the button, it increments the player and then updates the UI. And then on start round finished, yeah, I mean on start round, it should set the number of movement tiles to 3 and should also move the camera. End round, players. It's because of this. Yeah, so it should call this on both of them. On end player turn. End player turn calls is on the server. The server is gonna call this on each one. Yeah, but it's on end player turn. Well, where are the movement tiles awarded? It's here on start round. Okay, and on start round comes from on start game finished and on end round finished. And then it calls start round, which does this. But we'll also need to do this on start round finished. Oof. If player gets combat tiles less than that, missing. Player.color. Confused. I mean, this only the host will do. I don't know if this works. Confused. Play. Pum, 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 ba-da-dum. Yeah, I mean the timing on this is like terrible. Okay, so now on the start round it properly worked. So I guess I'm this guy here. So I rolled a 3 and a 3, and now I can play styles. Good job. And then now I can end turn, and then red has 3, so red throws the dice, gets a 1 and a 2, and then red can play 1, 2, 3. Then end turn. Okay, then it goes back to blue. Okay, there's like some timing issues there, but apparently it's kind of working. Oh, 3 and 3. Damn. Okay, so end turn here. This guy can throw 2 more dice. A 3 and a 1. Okay, and the end turn. Okay, so now it's the blue guy. Does this. Exit. Now it's changed to this guy here. And I'm... Wait, does it let me place there? Why? Oh, it did. Oh, 1 and 0? What do you mean, bro? Okay, like something weird happened there. Okay, this didn't work. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, I changed so much code today. It's crazy. So, numbered combat Tiles. Use color as cell owner. Refactor player index to player color. And this was pretty much all of it. Just gonna do this, YOLO. Okay, what's wrong with this? What's wrong with this? Okay, I actually wonder if I can somehow fix this. Too busy to like to test. So if I go on row number 8, cell number 2, if I say that this belongs to red, and that's a value of 2, and we now play the game. Oh, save. Holy. Okay, so blue goes first. Blue rolls a 3 and rolls a 3. Good job. Then if I do this, in theory, this guy should be a red 2. So this should trigger a combat resolve with 1 and 2. Meaning that I can either roll a 1 and then these guys can roll a 1 and a 3. Oh, and then it changed to red. Why? No. No. That part is not correct, sir. Why can't I unstage this? Good. Well, I actually think that the only part that is missing is the ability to select which combat style to use. But I actually don't know how I want to do that. Well, actually... Oh, the 1 and the 3. Okay, so this should roll a 1 versus a 2. So this guy won. Why didn't it resolve the combat? I don't know. Combats are not resolving. Well, maybe we aren't finishing the game today then. So I'm attaching this to the server and hoping that the server will get these data. So roll the 3 and roll the 3. Good job. And then enter, and now it's blue. Blue is getting a 1 and a 2. So I can do this, this. Then I can fight. It's going to be a 1 versus 2. So on that cell, player blue with a 1 versus player red with 2. Yes. I wanted to try and get a 4. Oof, I got a 4. Good job, me. And then this guy also got a 4. Fuck. Okay, so this should be a tie. Okay, but I didn't get the combat resolve thing, which is odd. Yeah, I didn't get the second roll for some reason. So if I go on the dice thrower, initialize this on finished roll. Okay, so here I instantiate. Okay, so maybe I need to change the order of this. Like, I first instantiate, spawn the dice, and then I actually modify the data. I don't know if that makes any difference whatsoever, but we'll see. Okay, we play. Come on. So I got my first dice result. Then I got my second dice result. Okay, so me as blue, I can do this. And if I throw the enemy dice, will I still get the event? No. Okay, so that's the issue. Because if I roll mine, I also don't get it. Oh. Okay, we need to go again. Roll the 3. Roll the 1. Okay, now it's gonna fight. Okay, shouldn't I get an event there? But I don't get one event there. I only get for mine. Okay. Okay, so I found an issue. Maybe it's because of the change ownership. Maybe I should only change the ownership in the end of it. Let's see. I need to restart Unity once again. Oh. Let's see, let's see. Yeah, because essentially what is happening is that I'm not getting these on dice finished roll event on the server, on the host. And I wonder if it's because I'm changing the ownership before assigning this. That might be causing that issue. So maybe I need to set up everything and then I only change the ownership at the end of it. Tempting to change ownership when the owner is already 0. It's fine. Okay, roll the 2 and the 1. So I can do this, and this. Okay, and I want to attach. To attach there. Okay, and I just want to confirm if I actually get like an event. No, I don't get an event. Oh, now I got one. Oh. This is weird. So I only got an event for one of the 2 dice, though. She is really, really odd. Okay, so we are going with blue first. Okay, so we roll a 2 and a 1 for blue. And that happens. Okay. Then blue is gonna try to place a number 1 tile here. It's gonna initialize combat resolve. Okay, can I investigate what I have currently here? Okay, so these are the owners. Okay, so dice number 0 as this network variable or player caller. Okay, so this event handler doesn't actually appear here. Okay, so when does finish roll actually stop? It's here. Okay, so if I roll this, it says roll the 3. And then it's gonna invoke on dice finished roll. Okay. Then I have these guys here. This one didn't call anything. But this one also didn't call anything. But before it did. Oh, now it stopped. So I wonder if the rolled something is... if is enabled, return. Dice, if not dice is rolling, finish roll. Then it disables the faces. I don't know. I don't think I want to fix for this now. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get going. Everyone, thank you very much for watching the stream. Thank you for the new followers. Thank you for chatting with me throughout the day. Yeah, so today we worked on the Unity game. It's almost done. I would say that probably one more stream, maybe next week, and we'll be able to finish this. So good job us. Last confetti of the day, GG. So yeah, I'm gonna get going. I have some stuff to do here on the afternoon that I won't be able to stream. And GG, let's go Portugal. We need to win this. I actually have like zero trust in Portuguese team right now. But it's whatever. Okay, I'm gonna go now. Good luck you all. Good luck to all of your country teams. I hope you all win your games except against Portugal. I'll see you in the final, I guess. I appreciate you all. See you tomorrow.